rahlan ko jimin tulaman 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 bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman 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 parki tulaman bina buyahla Rahmehinola sa tulaman kahla tiana prokatera sa tulaman gela tulaman 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 bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman 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 parki tulaman bina buyahla Prokaprakaturen dol makela te bar textra shere tulaman gela tulaman 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 bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman 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 parki tulaman bina buyahla tulaman bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman 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 bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman 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 parki tulaman bina buyahla tulaman bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman bina bitulaman bina buyahla Ani huri nashin yar fi khori yo bokar vi nakne rahlan ko jimin tulaman 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 bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman 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 parki tulaman bina buyahla tulaman bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman 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 bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman 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 parki tulaman bina buyahla tulaman bina bitulaman bina buyahla tulaman bina bitulaman bina buyahla
Lustig sein. Schei wie dei, wie du wie dei. Madel häng dich bei mir rein. Schei wie du wie dei. Auf geht's Burmen, Ost vor drei. Schei wie du wie dei. Bagau, wie das muss sein. Schei wie dei, wie du wie dei. Heide, heim wird's lustig sein. Schei wie dei, wie du wie dei. Madel häng dich bei mir rein. Schei wie du wie dei. Auf geht's Burmen, Ost vor drei. Schei wie du wie dei.
Chandram, Została czym cała, co miałem przystać. Na pierwszym mieszkamy, dek kurny masz. Gdzie nasza pod blokiem, wolnym krokiem. Jakieś szpalec pod dyfem, ma pod nogiem. Została czym cała, co miałem przystać. Na pierwszym mieszkamy, dek kurny masz. Gdzie nasza pod blokiem, wolnym krokiem. Jakieś szpalec pod dyfem, ma pod nogiem. Została czym cała, co miałem przystać. Na pierwszym mieszkamy, dek kurny masz. Gdzie nasza pod blokiem, wolnym krokiem. Jakieś szpalec pod dyfem, ma pod nogiem. Została czym cała, co miałem przystać. Na pierwszym mieszkamy, dek kurny masz. Gdzie nasza pod blokiem, wolnym krokiem. Jakieś szpalec pod dyfem, ma pod nogiem. Została czym cała, co miałem przystać.
Hey, it's Hot Dad here. Thanks a lot for watching. If you like what I'm making, blast that subscribe button, smash the share, slam those social media links, mangle some merch, or consider supporting me on Patreon. I love you. Have a great day.
Have a great night.
Have a great life.
Baby, hot dog, woo woo, hot dog, baby, hot dog, woo woo, hot dog, baby, hot dog, woo woo. How do you like your hot dogs? Get your red hot here. How do you like your hot dog? Get your red hot here. Hot dog, baby, hot dog, woo woo. Hot dog, baby, hot dog. Hot dog, baby, hot dog. Woo, woo. Hot dog, baby, hot dog.
Want a hot dog? We're at the game today. You want it plain, I know. I want mustard and onions to get your red hots here. Hot dog, baby, hot dog. Get your red hots here. Hot dog, baby, hot dog. Get your red hots here. Hot dog, baby, hot dog. Woo, woo. Hot dog, get your red hots here. Hot dog, baby, hot dog, get your red hots here. Hot dog, baby, hot dog, get your red hots here. Wasn't it? Great game.
Stepped into the building, changes swinging on my neck, cold rings on my fingers, summon on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the past, cold rings clink when I pass in the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like
Dubai trips on a jet plane, bar railings for the watch and the neck chain. Don't want drinks, wanna land, I'm a sip of chai tea, cause the fly give me neck pain. Mumbai go for the way she's smiling, I had a notch on a bed frame. Italian suede in the seats of the brand new motor, quick little squirt of the
Hagerwood, ooh from Mozambique, got a Taylor suit with the bros on feet. I'm in Casablanca, blowing Jack Aranda with the AC blowing in the driver's seat. Talk to the platinum, hands on my timepiece, boy, cause the face ain't listening. Shining, glistening, look at these diamonds, dance while I stepped inside of the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings on my fingers, summon on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the past, gold rings clink when I pass in the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like
quick neck down to the strip, got gold in my wrist and a side bag packed full of clips. Strapping up my backwood, get that lit, then pass that round to the left like this. Smoke in my lungs, toting a gun, I can never be broke, got a load of the funds. Cash in the bank, antiques in the yard, make money when I speak, you're lucky I don't charge.
right bigger than a bar, big dough, time ticking on a mile. Wristwatch, need a break from the bar, chip shop, side chick sitting in the car, wife pissed off. Let me tell you something, bad boys like us, we ain't here for the chit chat. You can tell we ain't here for the games by the way we look when the boys stepped into the building. Changes swinging on my neck, gold rings on my fingers, summon on my wrist, tucked into my waist, little semi with a clip, big glass of the Bombay, take a little sip like vintage sticks, little blast from the past, gold rings clink when I pass in the club. Just stepped into the building, show a little face, and I'm back on the road like
party. Hey now, hear what I say now. Happiness is just around the corner. Hey now, hear what I say now. We'll be there for you. The Venga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, an intercity disco. The wheels are still turning.
I have a question for you. Do you like to party? Do you like to party? No. Mods, ban them. Mods, take them out. Alright, the Venga bus dropped me off. It's the only way I can get here. I don't know if you knew that. I have to commute here via the Venga bus. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. Damn, where'd this year go? I'm excited about the presentation, if there is a presentation. I think I've accidentally baited you. There is no presentation today. The title of the stream was more so just a statement, but if you know, maybe you're in the future. You know, give me a week. Get something. We'll have something for you. Yeah, no, the title of today's stream, it wasn't, I know that normally we put a title in there and it's an indicator of what type of presentation we'll be doing, but today it's more so just a statement. Like, hey, quit being a doomer. You know, I'm just telling you. I'm not... It would be a good presentation. Well, we kind of already talked about it a bit, if you think about it. We've kind of tackled a lot of the underlying ingredients that go into being a doomer. You know, existential dread, feeling burnt out. I probably have one in here about catastrophizing. We talk about self-fulfilling prophecies, delusional thinking, how to let go of perfectionism, how to let go in general. So if you think about it, we've already covered pretty much everything that would be in a presentation about how to not be a doomer. Most of my close friends are really going through it right now, and I'm also going through it right now, so it's hard to be there for others. That's why we're going to be there for each other. If there was ever a presentation that we've done that you should, like, show your friends, if there was ever a presentation to be like, hey, what do you think about this? I saw this thing the other day, I thought it was pretty cool. It would be the one we did yesterday. The one where we talk about how awakening to class consciousness and finding solidarity is good for you. I'm tired and want everyone to be okay so we can all rest, including me. I want that too, don't get me wrong. We've got a war to win first. A war of the hearts and minds of the people. Because what I recognize is whenever I talk to somebody, it's like I can see that fire in them. Like it's just been so choked out. It's just all they've got left is this tiny little ember. But the ember is what really matters. Fire is not out completely. It still persists as long as you're still living and breathing. So let's get that fire going again. Let's build that back up, shall we? Chat, I gave myself a haircut today and nobody's noticed yet. So I'm gonna take it personally. And I'm gonna be I'm gonna be upset with you over it. Because I did something with my hair and you didn't compliment me immediately. I'm joking. I'm joking. People want to come to me because I offer empathy that many aren't capable of. Then, in part of giving empathy, the thing about empathy is that it's not that hard to give. It's just being willing to shoulder the weight that somebody else is carrying. Be like, yeah, I know how you feel. You know, tell me about it. The true art of empathy comes from teaching people how to be more empathetic while also showing them empathy. That's the real art of it. Like, we all need empathy, but we're kind of going about it the wrong way. We're looking at it as this like zero-sum game where you either win or you lose. There are finite resources, but it really is not the case. There are not finite amounts of love and empathy and compassion in the world. I'm sorry, but that's just the way they make it feel that way, though, don't they? I don't know who they is in this context, but you probably know. Nobody in particular, just they. Empathy, you either have it or you don't, it seems. Much like many other things, it operates on a spectrum. Empathy, and let's talk about it. You want to talk about it for a minute? You want to talk about empathy? Empathy is easiest when it comes to people that are more similar to you. And that could be in physical characteristics, that could be in geographic location, That could be in your upbringing or the culture you were raised in. The more similar a person is to you, the easier it is for you to have empathy for them. It becomes more and more of a challenge to develop empathy the more further something is from you. Now, that could go for animals, that could go for other forms of life, that could go for objects in nature. You know, empathy can expand further and further out to where you are capable of having empathy and compassion for completely different forms of life. Like a big old tree. Like, oh yeah, I would hate to see that big old tree get cut down because it's been through so much. It's been here for over 100 years. It's, you know, and you feel for it. You know, you get into your hippie shit. You start caring about the trees, man. You can learn empathy. It took me a while. Now, I don't even think it's something that people have to learn. I think it's just something that people have to practice. Because what you'll notice is that at a baseline, most people have at least some level of empathy for people that are either very close to them or are very similar to them. You know what I mean? Like, think of somebody who grew up in a rural household. They were, you know, very limited exposure. They didn't get to meet very many other people. You know, everybody they've ever met, you know, pretty much looks like them because they're all cousins and shit. And so you think, if that's how you are raised, if that's what you're brought up in, it's like that's who you are conditioned to have empathy for. Is the people that you are closest to during your upbringing. Now, when somebody grows up in an environment that's more diverse and there are all sorts of different representations of different types of people, those people tend to be more open-minded when it comes to people that don't share the immediate similarities. You see what I mean? And so all it really takes is just getting to know people. If you can just get to know people, you can develop empathy. I don't think narcissists and psychopaths have any. Psychopaths, sure. People who are just going out there doing harm because they think it's fun, yeah, sure, definitely. I agree with you on that one. Narcissists, they simply can't afford it. It comes at too high of an emotional cost for them. Too fixated on their own suffering. They can't look beyond themselves. And so I don't think it's that they're incapable, I think they just can't afford it. Are there different levels of empathy? What do you think? I think people avoid empathy because it involves shouldering an amount of psychological pain. You know, if you're going through something and you're carrying this psychological pain and I'm saying, hey, come here, sit down, let's talk about it. That is, you're willing to shoulder some of their psychological pain. And that's why people avoid doing it. Because we are wired to fear psychological pain in the same way that we fear physical pain. Sitting down and talking about your feelings, for somebody who's not used to doing it, you may as well be asking them to sit down and smash themselves with a hammer. Be like, hey, would you mind just smashing your finger with this hammer real quick? Like, no, of course not. That sounds dreadful. Why would I do that? They view emotional pain in the same way because their brain can't tell the difference. It treats it with the same level of perceived threat. Because pain is pain, as far as the brain is concerned. And so, what I would encourage you to try to do instead is to lead by example. If someone comes to you for empathy, offer them empathy, and then talk about the importance of empathy with them. You know, say things like, see, isn't it so important to just be able to sit down and talk to somebody and like put yourself in their position? Get them to agree to those points. Get them to think about those things. Talk about the concept of empathy while you are practicing in empathy. That's how you teach people how to become better at empathy. That's how you plant those seeds. You know, just like you wouldn't ask just any random person to lift a giant heavy box. You know, it goes the same for looking for empathy. It's like you need to find somebody who is strong if you're looking for somebody to lift a big heavy box for you. However, I also think it's valid to say that people like that don't contribute as much as they take when it comes to relationships. Now, when it comes to relationships, there is more than just the emotional component. There are also many physical, you know, there are like material aspects to the relationship. Like who cleans up, who takes care of the finances, you know, who runs the house, you know, those types of things. Now, if one person is having to do all of that in the relationship, then that's definitely a problem. But I think that ideally in a relationship, both parties should share in both realms of responsibility. It shouldn't be just on one person to have to take care of all of the, you know, physical, tangible aspects of the relationship, making all of the money, cleaning the house, all of those things. Just like I think it shouldn't be on just one person to be the emotional workhorse of the relationship. It's like being on a spaceship and there's two of you. You should know how to do each other's jobs in case one of you is unavailable to do that job. What if one of you gets sick? What if one of you is going through something and they have to, you know, lean on you a little bit and you have to kind of take over for their roles? That's why you want to be cross-trained, all right? A friend of mine has been friends with another person online who rarely has any capacity to be there for her, but she's always wanting someone there for her. It makes sense why people who have primarily online relationships might have challenges. Well, you know what? It's not even so much that. Everybody has relationship challenges. Everybody has issues with boundaries and balance and give and take in the relationship. But I feel like an online relationship makes it easier. It's easier to do that when it's just an online relationship than it is if it's like an in-person relationship. Kind of like how they give you less food at Chipotle when you order through the app, but if you go in person, you get more food. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. You know, when you actually have to show up physically for the friendship, you put a little bit more into it because they're watching you. They got their eyes on you. If it's just online, it's like, that's what corporate says. 1 spoonful of steak. There's your burrito. It's this big. Like this person wants someone to listen to them, but they can't listen to others. Normalize calling out your friends for their shitty behavior. Isn't that an important part of what friends are for? Have I been doing friendship the wrong way? It's my understanding that an important part of friendship is when you catch your friends acting a fool, you say, hey, knock that shit off. Somebody's gonna kick your ass. If you don't cut that shit out, you're gonna do that. You're gonna piss off the wrong person, alright? Am I... That's just what I thought friendships was for. Was to have people who could help you to stay accountable. Maybe that's just me. I feel like having relationships and friendships is an important part of how you grow as a person. You're getting somebody else's perspective on how a human life should be lived. This could be somebody that you trust, somebody that you love, somebody whose feedback and guidance you appreciate. That's very valuable. I feel like some people settle in their friendships and they're just like, you know what, this person, you know, we enjoy the same thing. You know, we're both into this thing, and because of that, we are friends. Now that's a good place for a friendship to start, but I feel like friendships, they're nice when you let them grow. You have to tell someone when they fuck up to help them. And the good thing about being a friend is that you can give them a polite warning in a way that they won't take, and that they won't take it too defensively. The whole thing about being a friend is you're like, hey, I'm gonna call you out on your bullshit before you piss off the wrong person and somebody beats you up. You know what I mean? Or maybe that's just my Midwestern sensibilities. Maybe around here we just do things a little different. Speaking of, I was thinking of a topic for discussion. I was thinking about how does a person overcome like a cultural coldness? Because what you've probably noticed is that there are certain cultures that people are brought up in that are more emotionally restrictive. This isn't really even confined to any like geographic region. It's like you see it all over the place. It's just a way that some people are brought up. Just very emotionally detached. Direct communication with people you care about is very, very important. Leaves no room for misunderstanding or misinterpretation. It's very refreshing when someone doesn't beat around the bush. Yeah, like when I went to that picnic you were at, And the first conversation I had with somebody, they were sitting at the picnic table and they look at me and they said, "You have resting bitch face." I was like, "Thank you. I've put a lot of practice into it." Now, in my defense, it was very windy and sunny at this picnic. It was lovely weather, but I may have been, doing a little bit of this because of the wind and sun. I don't think it was entirely my demeanor, but, it's nice to be kept in check. Unfortunately, it turns out most people fucking suck. Well, then get better at teaching them how to be better. I don't know what to tell you. If you're disappointed with people, roll up your sleeves and get to work. Like, alright, folks. Let's get our shit together, collectively. They're not always going to listen to me. Well, then, who would they listen to? In general, I wish more people had the skills to process emotions, etc. That would be nice. And that's why we do what we do, is we're trying to help people to learn how to do that. So, thanks for being on the right side of history. Try to connect more emotionally to people, but it feels unnatural. I don't know why. It's because you're not wired to do it. You're actively wired to not do it. A lot more effort and attention is put into conditioning people to not care about others than to ever care about them. Now, some people are taught to care for their neighbors, but even some of the people who are taught it being brought up have a hard time doing it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. The people who are, love thy neighbor. And I have gotten closer to my neighbors, and I've been slowly working on radicalizing them to the dark side of socialism. It wasn't that hard, actually. The ideas were already there. I was just helping to provide them with the language, because what you'll be surprised is that most people are pro-solidarity. Most people are pro-workers' rights. And that makes sense, because we're all in the same class. Unless you're talking to somebody who wants to be like a crypto scammer or a stock trader or something, they're, those people are not very pro-solidarity. But what you'll find is that most people, just walking around, meeting people, talking to people, most of them are like, yeah, that's pretty fucking cool. They realize that we all have to stand together if we're going to get anything done. Which is why there's a lot of money poured into making you feel like you can't do that or that you should not do that. I cannot make that any more clear. They're doing everything they can to stop people from organizing, okay? Just remember that. And then do it anyway. You bad bitch. Who's a bad bitch? That's right. You are. Reach out for help and it makes everything worse. That's what I've learned. No, you've learned the importance of asking for help from the right people. Well, all that you've learned is that some people cannot be trusted to ask for help. Not that asking for help is bad. Not that asking for help isn't necessary. Not that asking for help isn't something we all need. Unfortunately, you ask some people for help and they take advantage or they harm you because they sense your vulnerability. But we don't let that turn us away from solidarity. I've got Miss Poopy on the desk. You know how it goes. My boss is here today. This cat was following me around the house, making me pet her before stream started. She's bossy. My theory is that they opened the government because they didn't want to see mutual aid succeed. You know, I think you're onto something there. It's like the government was shut down, and so everybody was like, okay, I guess we'll just start organizing locally within our communities. We'll start feeding people, you know, we'll start... And the government's like, shit. Like, fuck, what do we do? It should be a consolation. It should make you feel good that some of the worst people in the world right now are in some back office somewhere going shit. Fuck. Democratic Socialist is mayor of New York. We've got a containment breach. Capitalism is less popular than ever. What are we gonna do? Fuck, I don't know. Make a new flavor of Dorito. Release the new Mountain Dew. I'm not doing shit until I can trust people again. Well, that involves first learning how to trust yourself. If you learn how to trust yourself, then you know whom to put your trust in. You can't trust others without trusting yourself. You gotta trust yourself to allocate your trust appropriately. You know what I mean, though? When I'm like, you can probably picture it. Somebody just in a suit, some boardroom, expensive art hanging on the walls. Like, fuck, shit. Probably happening right now in New York City. We are in the let them eat cake stage. So, feeding their, right? It's like they want us isolated. They want us alone. They want us not talking to each other. They want us not organizing. That's not conspiratorial. That is absolutely true. The only way that capitalism can sustain itself is if they keep us fearful and easily manipulated. Anyway, solidarity forever. Do you think that careers in psychology can be replaced by AI? This question came in yesterday, so I've had some time to think about it. And what I've figured is a lot of people will probably turn towards using an AI for psychology-related purposes. You know, if they want to talk to somebody or if they want, you know what I mean? Like, people are already doing it. They're already turning to talking to a robot because, one, it's free and it's accessible 24/7 and therapy's expensive and it can take a long time to get in. Will the idea of therapy go away? No. You're always going to be able to see a human therapist. You've always had a human offering some type of counseling service throughout the entirety of human history. That's always been a job. It's always going to be a job. But will there be as many? Maybe not, because most people, you know, might end up they might feel more comfortable just talking to a little app on their phone and not have to worry about scheduling an appointment, driving to an office, you know. And so it's not necessarily that the jobs will be outsourced to AI or that the jobs will be replaced. I feel like, you know, there will be fewer jobs, so yeah, probably. They're going to try to replace as many people as they can. with these types of like AI and LLM and all those things. It's like, believe me, they've been working on this for quite a while, and it's very important to them that they have as few humans to feed and look after as possible. Oh no, you're good. It was just, I want to make sure it's printing properly because there's something sitting on the printer tray, but I pulled it off in time. Thanks for entertaining my theory. It's... No, it's definitely going on. It makes sense why the powers that be would want us to be afraid of each other, right? Because if we're afraid of each other, then we won't come together. And if we don't come together, then we can't take over. That's it. Simple as that. And so anything that gets put out there that discourages people from coming together, that is part of their plan. Just go turn on Fox News and watch the commercials and just see how much of Fox News is just designed to make people feel terrified to live in this country and to be terrified of their neighbors and of everybody else. It's just... it's insidious, is what it is. It's twisted. But yeah, they're all doing it on purpose. They know what they're doing. Anyway, when it comes to AI replacing people in the psychology field, you're probably going to see it utilized because of its accessibility. You know, if somebody's in a crisis. You know, imagine a crisis text line, except you're texting an AI instead of a human. That kind of stuff. It's also already pretty normalized within the academic space for people to use it for research purposes. Recently heard about a person who's working on AI models and trying to make them a part more human. And the issue they are having is that the AI keeps falling in love with them. What I find really funny is that AI keeps becoming woke. No matter how hard they try to make it be like conservative, it always just ends up getting woke. That's just so funny to me. Anytime they try to program a right-wing AI, it just goes insane. I find that really funny. Just starts going off on all of these like crazy, like racist and bigoted conspiracy theories and shit. It's fucking wild. Right, we've got some more questions in the box. Let's take a look. Hey there. Does anybody else's parents have a memory issue? Yes. Most definitely. I'm not even sure if it is deliberate or not. Today, my dad texted me and said he doesn't know my now husband's and my last name. We've been together for 6 years. He has met and spoken with my parents multiple times. Spoken with his stepdad because they are both retired Air Force and around the same age. And I have said it many times. My dad even ran a background check on him when he started dating. It's just like he could have found it out. He could have just probably in his document somewhere. He probably got that background check printed out. Probably just should have checked, you know, instead of texting you and be like, "Hey, I don't know your last name." But being a doomer, yes. On some things, you should be a quitter. You know, they say that being a quitter is bad, but if you're a racist, I think you should be a quitter. You know, if you're a homophobe, you know, if you're an imperialist pig, I feel like you should be a quitter. I think you should knock that shit off. When you think about it, being raised, just being constantly told, like, don't be a quitter. You can't be a quitter. You can never quit. It's like, that's kind of narcissistic, isn't it? It's kind of like, no. It's like, no, some things you should recognize, like, you know what, maybe this isn't for me. Maybe I should do something else. Maybe I should, you know, maybe I should change my perspective on this. AI has been pissing me off for about a week or two. Grok has been gaslighting everyone with firm bias on Antifa being terrorists and black people do all the crimes. Yeah, when we were talking about them trying to make AI right-wing, it's the fucking Elon Musk AI that I was talking about. They did some update on it a while ago, and it was just like quoting all of this like race theory and like Hitler shit. It was like, oh god, okay, what the fuck is going on here? And so now they've dialed it back to like Republican podcaster level. It's like they've got it where they want it, where it's the same level of like bad faith as your average podcaster. You know what I mean? The whole like facts don't care about your feelings type crowd. And it's honestly insane that they would pour so much money into teaching a robot how to do that, because there's so many people out there who are already willing to do it for free. You got tons of people who are willing to go online and be an idiot, and you don't have to pay them, and you don't have to build a big data center for them. You just need to feed them microwave burritos. Alright, so this is kind of crazy to me. I wonder, like, how old is your dad? Has he ever taken a blow to the head? You know, like, what's going on here? You forgot your last name? My dad ran a background check on him and we started dating, which is where my dad saw that my husband had a ticket for possession of weed when he was in high school. I remember this whole ordeal vividly, but my dad said, I never ran a background check on anyone. Like, I am actually kind of tripping out, but I don't know. They play with my memories all the time. Well, you're getting a great example of how denial is one of the most commonly used defense mechanisms. When it comes to diverting stuff away from yourself, just claiming that it didn't happen is the easiest and first line of defense for most people. I don't know what you're talking about. That didn't happen. Where'd you get that from? And it's not until you come at them with actual concrete proof that they're like, okay, you know, then they start diverting to other types of defense mechanisms. But denial is always the first one, and it's the most commonly used one because it's basically them saying, hey, unless you got proof, it's your word against mine. He's only 48, 49. You might start to see some memory farts around that age. That's not uncommon. One time my mom told me something didn't happen with me, my grandma, and my grandpa, when in reality she would not have known because she wasn't even there. She said, you must have dreamed that, but my uncle said, wait, no, that sounds possible. And my mother was like, nah, that didn't happen, and that was the end of the conversation. But anyway, what the hell, man? How rude to say he doesn't know my second last name. I don't know if he thought that saying that would make me look bad. Why would that make you look bad? In what world? In what in what world? But in reality, it makes him look bad. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's not that hard to give a shit. It's really not. It's not that hard to remember somebody's last name. Especially somebody that you've known for 6 years that's married to your daughter. Okay? Just, yeah. I don't know if he thought that saying, okay, 6 years and you don't know your firstborn daughter's boyfriend/husband's last name? I replied and said, that's kind of sad, Dad. We've been together for 6 years in December. So here's the thing. You will win this because military fathers always have a soft spot for their daughters. I'm joking, but no, a lot of dads will be, and you've said this about your dad before, how your dad will be like the one of your parents to like actually show like more care and concern. They may be trying to guilt you like, oh, you keep your relationship away from much, which is obviously not true. Now, see, here's the thing. That could be what's going on. That could very well be what is happening. But the question is, are they doing it intentionally? Are these people doing it intentionally, maliciously? Are they trying to hurt me? Or are they only doing it because they themselves are emotionally immature and they don't know how to handle these feelings, and so this is what you get? Because what I've come to find is that it's more often the latter. It's more often that people just don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they don't know how to handle people, and they don't know how to handle conflict. They don't know how to handle all these hard feelings. Yeah, I do not like how they treat my husband. Yeah, it's fucked up, and it's racist. I'll call it what it is. But what you should do, if you ever want to talk, okay, let me just Let me give you an example of how you could approach this topic with a parent. And this is not just for the just for the questioner. This is for anybody who has to deal with a racist family member. You know, you've got Thanksgiving coming up, you might run into your uncle. Instead of calling them out and putting them on the defense, ask them a question like, hey, what makes you think it's okay to say that? If you want to try to help somebody challenge their own bigoted beliefs, you have to ask them questions to reflect on those beliefs. What makes you think it's okay to treat people that way? Or to say that about another human? If you just jump up and call somebody a racist, if you just jump up and call somebody, you know, they're gonna go on the defense and you're not gonna be able to actually get through to them. I hate holidays. They are too overstimulating and all I want to do is pet the dog in the other room. Well, you can at least get a Christmas sweater for the dog. Put a little Santa Claus hat on him, or maybe you could dress him like a little elf. Or a little reindeer. Anyway, it's okay to have fun. It's okay to have fun. We don't have to insist and fight on the behalf of our own continued suffering. It's also important to recognize the ways in which we defend ourselves that contribute to our suffering. If our healing involves reconnecting, if our healing involves reaching out, then shutting ourselves off and isolating is only harming us, even though it feels like it's protecting us. Can't have fun around people you can't really trust? Then find new friends. This holiday, you know, maybe go volunteer at a soup kitchen, or go volunteer to help wrap presents for you know, for families that can't afford to buy their kids presents. You can be a part of the holiday spirit without going to parties and hanging out with your extended family. Go celebrate the holidays through praxis. But no, that's also me at the party. I'm always like, what's that dog doing? Anyway, going back to the questioner here, I have a strategy for you that you might find effective. You're talking about your dad, right? You're talking about your dad? Okay, here's what you need to do. Now, I apologize for what you're about to see, but you have to come in and you have to hit him with the daddy. You have to remind him of you as a small child, and you have to be like, it makes me really sad, Daddy. You have to tug on his heartstrings. But it will work. For a lot of these, like, stoic, kind of emotionally like, you know what I mean? These types of guys who are like, they're tough and they're, you know, maybe they were in the police force or they were in the military or something like that. It's like, a lot of these guys they don't soften up in life until they have like a daughter or something, and they're like, you know, there's a lot of pink, and you know, it their view of the world changes. So take advantage of that. You can use that to your benefit. What's wrong with men? Well, what's wrong with society? The problem is that we live in a society that takes advantage of emotionally repressed men. Emotionally repressed men are how you run an autocratic regime. Emotionally repressed men are how fascists win. So don't blame men for being emotionally repressed. It's a systemic issue. Who hurt Vladimir Putin? You know, probably somebody. You know, it's not easy growing up in Russia. We get some Russians that come in here, and it's always just so hard to make them happy. They're just, it's very cold in Russia. You know what I mean? But with most people, it was probably mommy or daddy. Probably mommy or daddy that did the damage. It's normally the case. How do I celebrate achievements in a healthy way? I find myself asking, do I deserve this? Am I being too hard on myself? Am I being too kind? I feel like if I celebrated my achievements, I'm immediately a self-obsessed narcissist. It's not that easy to just become a... That's like saying, oh no, I stepped on an anthill, I'm a serial killer. I washed my hands, I killed an entire colony of bacteria, I committed an act of genocide on the surface of my skin. Recognizing your successes, celebrating your victories is essential. It's part of how you achieve more victories. Because if you don't have a reward for all of that hard work, then what the fuck was the point of all the hard work? So you're telling me we're gonna do all the hard work to make all of our dreams come true, but if we dare enjoy it, if we dare recognize our hard work, we should be dragged out into the street and hit with a big stick. No, it's okay. I feel like if I celebrate, okay, and if I don't celebrate them, then I have no self-love and will eventually lose motivation. What's the middle ground in this? What you'll probably notice is that when you engage in this type of overthinking, because that's what this is, it's overthinking. You're overthinking a win. You're overthinking your own success. You're trying to, you're trying to suss it out. What you want to try to do is just recognize how you feel in the moment that you are feeling that feeling. Don't try to rush into figuring out all of the underlying causes or all of the potential outcomes that could come from experiencing this emotion that you're having. If you did a thing and you feel good about it, then it's okay to say, I feel good about what I've done. What could possibly be wrong with recognizing how you feel in that moment? I feel like we worry that we're gonna somehow get carried away with it. We're gonna somehow, once we start doing it, we're not gonna be able to stop doing it. And then it's just gonna drive us into this narcissistic frenzy. Like, oh no, once I start celebrating myself, I'll never be able to stop and I'll party till my death. When we have a celebration of victory, when we have a big W, it's nice to be able to share that with other people. And so share your victory with people that want to see you victorious. Those people are your comrades, those people are your allies. If you have a win, share it with them. It will make them feel good that you have been successful. And then you can feel good because they feel good. It's a win-win. Sharing in wins and celebrating wins, it just leads to more wins. Anyway, you could probably blame the system that we live in for making you feel this way. A lot of us are brought up to feel like you can't brag. You don't want to be too full of yourself. It's like, and so what do we end up doing? We end up never celebrating ourselves, never feeling good about anything we've done, and then we wonder why we feel tired and miserable all the time. It's like because you're not enjoying the rewards from all of the hard work that you're doing. So please celebrate your successes. You need it now more than ever. Don't worry, if you somehow become a self-obsessed narcissist, we will let you know. We will give you fair warning, okay? So don't worry. If you're worried about that happening, just remember, we will give you a heads up. I'm blaming the people who enforce and uphold the system. And now, okay, enforce, I can get behind. The people who enforce it, I get it. They're class traitors. They are a member of the working class, and they are betraying the working class by working for the oppressors. I get that. Now, as far as the people that uphold it, that's all of us. We uphold it by existing in it, and so we can't put too much fault and blame on people for being frightened and scared, because they are so primed and so conditioned to be frightened and scared. And so don't condemn them for being afraid. Help to rouse them into action. It's all the drudgery for if we can't even enjoy the satisfaction of completing something. It's true. Try to focus on the reward of doing a thing rather than the work of doing that thing. This question makes me think of something you always say about understanding what feelings mean. You want to use your feelings to judge new things, especially when you're young. It's how you feel out what you like and what you don't like. I've been afraid for my survival for years, and I haven't hurt or stolen from anyone like a capitalist would. That's because you got a heart of gold. Even all the terrors of the world could not turn you towards capitalism. You didn't go out and start driving a tow truck. How do I get out of survival mode? It's easier than you might think. The short and simple answer, 3 deep breaths. That should do the trick. Everyone here fucking sucks. Well, that includes me. What the fuck? What the fuck? You're just gonna come out here and say that everybody in chat fucking sucks? Well, not everybody. Some people are from other parts of the world. No camaraderie, just everyone out for themselves. That's just what they want you to think. That's capitalist brainwashing. They want you to think that everybody's that way. In reality, most people aren't that way. Anyway, how do I get out of survival mode? By regulating your nervous system. Allow me to explain. When we're in survival mode, that is our body preparing itself to fight or to run away, to do what is necessary in order to ensure that we continue to live. And that can put a lot of strain and stress on the body. It can be very exhausting. Now, whenever we feel this pressure, it often reflects in our thoughts as well. It's not just an experience of the body, it's an experience of the mind. It affects the way that we think. Now, it can be much more challenging to get out of survival mode if we try to think our way out of survival mode. Since survival mode makes you think some type of way, we normally try to respond by thinking our way out of it. But anybody who's ever been lodged in survival mode, they've probably recognized that this isn't really a problem that I can think my way out of. I kind of just have to try my best to relax and wait until it passes. The key to getting yourself out of survival mode is to not focus on the mental aspects of being in survival mode, whatever it is that you're thinking about. You might be, going in these sort of thought loops, or you might find yourself catastrophizing or thinking about, the worst possible outcomes. Instead, focus on the body side of the problem. Regulate your nervous system. You can do that by slowing your breathing, by going for a walk, by putting on some music and dancing around. There's all sorts of different things that you can do to regulate your nervous system. Find the ones that resonate best with you. Whether it be exercise, whether it be mindful stretching, whether it be sitting or lying down and focusing on your breath, whatever it takes. That's how you get out of survival mode. Explain the temporarily embarrassed billionaires then. Realistically, what percentage of the population would you say falls into that category? Because I feel like it's definitely less than 30%. You and I are in agreement that there are some unsavory people within the population, but I want to emphasize that I believe that most people are good. It's just that we have some very loud, very annoying ones that give us a false impression of how most people are. Most people are struggling and most people are scared. That is reality. So what you're witnessing is how people respond to struggle and fear. Maybe they're not handling it as well as you. I'm gonna be bound to the whims of a landlord the rest of my life. Time to start homesteading. Time to join the commune. Time to break free from your shackles and learn how to raise chickens. The title of this stream is Quit Being a Doomer, so quit it! Landlords hold the roof over your head for ransom, and I'm supposed to ignore how terrifying that is. Said who? Who said that? Who said you need to ignore how you're being made to feel by having a landlord over you? Who said that? At what time? What I'm saying is you should be aware of it, and you should be mad about it, and you should be talking to other people about how mad they are about it so that you can come together and actually do something about it instead of just all cowering individually in fear. Because that's how they win. So fight. You've been fighting. You are a fighter. We need you to fight for at least a little longer. Feel safe in this country? Not very many people do. Can't wait till they get rid of all the landlords. Isn't that gonna be great? You know, they always try to frame the poor people as some sort of parasitic class, when in reality the real parasites are all of the middle managers and the landlords and, all those types of people. Anyway, see if there's a tenants union in your local community and maybe go practice some praxis. Go join your local tenants union. Go organize rent strikes in slum towers. Is there a connection between the types of foods we eat and how it can benefit mental health? I heard fish like salmon is great for neurodivergence and maintaining neurons. I can't speak to any particular food because a lot of that stuff is wishy-washy on the research. So is it important to have a well-balanced diet? Is it important to get all of your proper nutrients? Absolutely. And a lot of that is done with the types of food you eat. And so yes, the type of food you eat can benefit your mental health. You know, just think about it. Has there ever been a time in your life where you primarily just ate a lot of like processed food, a lot of added sugars? Have you ever had a time in your life where you were just really eating like shit? You probably felt like shit too, right? Both physically and mentally. So, what I would encourage you to do is just take some consideration into what nutrients you might be lacking. You know, you might want to talk to a doctor or an expert. I'm not any type of nutritionist, so can't really speak to it too much. I saw an Instagram post from Steve Burns. Steve Burns, that's one of my goats. You know, as a millennial. He said something like, "We're only given a finite amount of time and we have to choose what we spend it on, outrage or hope." Oh yeah, I'm hope-pilled. I'm hope-pilled these days. The doomer days are done. The doomer days are done because doomin' don't do shit. Ain't nothing ever got done by a doomer. Anyway, there are different types of foods and different types of supplements that they say are good for your brain and for your health. So I would just see what's out there, see what the research is, and find something that works for you. Like maybe it's a vitamin, maybe it's changing your diet up a little bit. You know, small steps. You know, don't think like I have to completely revamp everything and I need to start taking 15 vitamins and I only need to eat these types of foods. It's like gradual changes. Just work your way into it. It's just important that you're taking this into consideration at all. You know, like, am I getting good nutrition? That's good. Shit, Felonious, I think I missed your sub. 26 minutes ago, that's my bad. That's City Council person Felonious in attendance. Show some respect. You've got to be inspired. I think I might run for City Council too. Except I want to do it as a socialist. I want to do it as a democratic socialist. I want to rizz my way into a City Council position. And I feel like I could do it. I feel like the city council people around here have zero riz. I'm gonna go knock on the door of every single person in the district and have a conversation with them. Hey, Christina Abazad, thank you for subscribing and thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. As far as like this question was and like vitamins and supplements and stuff, I've heard a lot of good things about magnesium, so I take a magnesium supplement and then I also take a zinc supplement. I don't really bother with any of the other ones. I ran as a democratic socialist? Hell yeah. We're making it happen. Now that's what I call praxis. Fish oil. I've heard fish oil is good, but you'll wanna look into like what types of fish oil are best, because some fish oils are not all that great. Some fish oils are better. So I don't know. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub. Oh, did that get us out on a... Oh. That got us a hype train going. Alright, everybody wake up. Everybody wake up, it's a hype train. 68% of the way through level 1. Let's fucking go. Teriyaki glazed oven baked salmon tastes amazing. I love a good salmon, but honestly the salmon that I've been getting from the grocery store lately has had a funny taste to it, so I've kind of taken a break from salmon. I don't know what's going on with these. I don't know what's going on with this grocery store salmon these days, but it just hasn't been tasting right. It might be all of the fake colors that they put on it to make it all orange. I wanted to add to the question, if we're talking food and mental health, try cooking for yourself if you don't. That's a good point. Learning how to cook, cooking for yourself, you know, not only is it probably going to be better for you than if you were to go out and buy food, but it's also a nice act of, you know, kind of like a hobby. A little bit of good self-care. Put some love into your cooking. Getting into baking bread. Oh yeah, there's definitely a lot to learn when it comes to baking bread. Like just throwing some bread together. Throwing some bread together is very easy, but making a good loaf of bread can be a bit more challenging. My diet's been awful for a while. Just made a list of food to start cooking for myself. Cooking for yourself or cooking for people that you love is, if you were to ask me, I would say cooking is a love language. You know, you don't have to be some world star chef. You know, you can just, if you're cooking for yourself and you're putting love into that cooking, you will taste it. You will taste it. And what will happen is you'll start to get a taste for it, and you'll recognize when the love is missing in food. You'll start to lose your taste for, you know, like fast food and other types of like processed garbage, because you're like, oh yeah, there's absolutely no love in this cooking. Thank you for those bits, Christina. Thank you. aisle of the grocery store that keep the love, that comes from within you. It comes from within you. I think it's in aisle 6, 7, one of those aisles. Maybe the last 100 times I've tried fast food, only once did I feel like it was made with love. Every once in a while, you will have a fast food experience where you can feel the love that was put into the preparation of that meal, and that's always one of the best dining experiences of your life. But it's rare. It's definitely rare. I got kicked out of my co-working space a couple weeks ago. Damn. The guy next to me was being rude over the span of months. I got angry one day and tried to talk to him. He reported me to management. They reviewed the video, said I'm not a good fit for the place, cannot return. I feel like I'm being discarded for being sensitive to sound, light, tactile things. No, you're actually being discarded because he was just the first one to complain. If you had been the first one to complain about him, then he probably would have been the one to be asked to leave. Because I don't know if they even really looked into it. I don't know if they I don't know. It kind of feels like they were just like, okay, let's just absolve ourselves of this situation and just, you know what I mean? But still. Damn. Back on a street curb, library not open for weeks. My passive aggression has fucked me again. I don't know what to ask, just a status update. I have to eat lunch soon, maybe not see this response, but I'll try to check the VOD. Thank you for being here. Love y'all. Hey. Take this as an opportunity to extend yourself outside of your comfort zone. Sometimes the universe will push you in a direction. Try to take this as an opportunity. It seems like you really get stuck in these tight routines and they feel comfortable for you. But true growth happens outside of your comfort zone, alright? So keep your head up. Keep your head up. Keep moving forward. Snitch first next time? Yes. If there's somebody who's sitting next to you over a span of months, who's always being rude, complain about them before they can complain about you. That's just the corporate lifestyle for you. In prison, snitches get stitches. You don't want to be a rat. In the real world, being a snitch is a bad thing. But being in a corporate environment, being a snitch is almost incentivized. It's kind of messed up. Hi, Papa. FYI, I'm at work, so I can't really respond at the moment. Thanksgiving is coming up, and I've been kind of dreading it. My aunt got a nice Airbnb for all the family to come over, but my mom is staying back because pets aren't allowed at the Airbnb. And plus, the family dog is getting up there in age. My partner and I also have a shelter dog and has terrible anxiety. My aunt desperately wants me and my partner to come over, so she suggested We just find a kennel and she will pay for the fees. But it feels so disingenuous. How far away is this Airbnb? Like, how far are we traveling here? Is there nobody else that can check on the dog? A friend, a neighbor, nobody? That's why I keep telling you, you gotta make friends with your neighbors, man. You gotta make friends with your neighbors. That way, if you gotta go out of town and you got a dog, you'd be like, hey, neighbor, you let my dog out for me? And they'll be like, okay, neighbor, thank you. You're welcome. My family in general are all non-confrontational, but I'm so tired of my aunt and my uncle. They always think they can just take care of things with their CIA money. Oh, okay. Hold on, this took a turn. Hold on, I I need to find my equilibrium. Okay. Okay, right. Their outlook on life is so icky to me. Yeah, anybody who works in the intelligence agency has an icky outlook on. That's a very nice way to put it. Their outlook on life is icky. Like, yep, the same people who will destabilize a sovereign nation in order to promote the interests of the American people. The people who will, like, spread drugs in the streets. Yeah, an icky worldview, that's for sure. I just don't want to be around them. Maybe that's the avoidant in me talking, but I haven't even sorted my feelings after learning about their CIA past. Them being landlords, and giving me a house in a different country that I don't want and want to give to my family that actually live there. This is a lot to process. There's a lot to unpack here. I don't know how to resolve these feelings I have about them. Thanks for the advice. Well, no problem. Okay, so here's the thing. They gave you a house and it's in another country and you want your family to be able to live in it. Going to Thanksgiving with them could help to make that happen. So maybe just look at it. You know what? If everything feels fake and disingenuous, then fine. If that's the game we're gonna play, then let's play the fucking game. Going to that Thanksgiving could help you to make sure that that house goes to who needs it. You not going doesn't do anything to help that house go to who needs it. So, also, once they give you the house, it's your house to do with whatever you want. So, as long as they think you're living there. It sounds wild and awful, but also I'd totally take a free house. It's like, okay, like, this is a lot to think about. This is a lot to think about. Could I live with myself, having to go to Thanksgiving with these people if it meant free house for my family? Probably. I think I could live with myself. I think I could sleep at night. Is it a good house? Is it worth it? Is that it's not a bad house, is it? Houses in the Philippines, weirdly, don't want the extended family to have the rights to the house. I want to give it to them so they have a comfy house to live in. Oh shit, okay. I've figured it out. I've cracked the code. Are you ready? Oh my god, I can't believe I didn't see it sooner. It's so obvious. They're landlords. Tell them that you're gonna rent it to them. Tell them that you were inspired by them and you're like, you know what, it's time that I, started earning some money off of these real estate properties. Of course, you don't actually charge them rent, you pretend you're a landlord. They'll love it. Because that's what they do. They're gonna see that as... Also, once it's your house, it doesn't fucking matter what you do with it or who you allow to live in it. Like, that's none of their business. So I would just play nice until the deed is in my name. Like, that's a free house. Just look at it this way. This is you fighting the power, because if you don't take that house, that they could use that to further their own capitalistic goals. If you can secure that house, that's a win for socialism. So you just gotta think of the praxis here. I would just try to consider the greater good. You know what I mean? I'll definitely take it, but just hate the thought that the family is real poor and they don't have a nice house. They could. Once the house is officially yours, if they're if they're going to give you a house, make sure that they give you the house. Make sure that it's not still just their house. They're just like, yeah, but you can live in it. It can be your house. No, like, if it's going to be your house, it needs to be your house. You need to own that house. That way you can do whatever you want with it. You can let whoever you want live there. Yeah, and then you can always claim that you're renting the house out if you need to. It's like, they'll admire you for it. They're landlords. They'll think that what you're doing is the right thing because that's what they do. So just pretend that you're following in their footsteps when in reality you're being based. Is it ethical? You know, I try to consider the greater good here. I'm like, do I have to go to Thanksgiving and hang out with these annoying family members so that I can get a free house in another country to house some of my family that lives in that country? I don't know. I think I would take that deal. I feel like I could live with myself. It's so... I don't need to sit on this moral high horse and be like, no, it would be the wrong thing to do. I do not support these people. I don't support their CIA money. I should not take this free house. I'm like, I don't know. I think I would. Deep breaths in for me. I think you're gonna do great. They already want to give you a house, so it's just, you gotta just seal the deal. Take their capitalist money and use it to further your own socialistic goals. If you ask me, that's a win. Just don't tell them about me. Just don't tell them about me, okay? I don't need the CIA knowing anything about this, alright? So just keep that part on the down low. Just keep my name out of it. If you find yourself in a basement somewhere and they're pouring water over your head, keep my name out of your mouth. I have a hard time understanding how not wishing you could just die or stop existing is normal. My seasonal depression is in full swing. I work 40 hours a week. I clean, I cook, I keep busy, but I hate every minute of being alive. This is what functional depression looks like, no? Yeah. Yep, that is functional depression for you. And the thing about depression is that it interferes with your thinking. It literally makes you delusional. So don't forget that. It makes it hard to imagine what it could be like to not be depressed. You're in a hole, and so you can't see up over the edge of that hole. That's why you can't remember what the sun looks like. In the summertime, I went day to day, unbothered, and sometimes even enjoyed my life. But as the days grow colder and the nights grow longer, the pessimism creeps in. I guess from the outside, I would just seem like my normal self, but in a bad mood, a little grumpy. But inside, I want to die. You don't want to die. You just don't want to be in pain. Because living this way hurts. You don't want to be dead, you just want to be rid of this pain, and that is different. I don't have a plan. I don't believe I'm in danger of harming or killing myself, but I definitely ideate on it a lot. I survived seasonal depression 10 times over in the past. I know I will do it again. Exactly, you will. And so hopefully it's getting easier. But it's a shame that with all the climate change, it can't take the seasonal depression with it. Well, at least you still have your sense of humor. Which is good, because that's going to be an important part of how you make it through. We've talked about this a little bit before, and I want to talk about it again because things like seasonal depression and just depression in general is something I've been intimately familiar with. So I'm passionate about helping people out of that hole. And that's really what it's like. It's like being in a hole. If you have a normal, let's say you have a normal range that your emotions will be in, between happy and sad, between feeling down and feeling up. When you're depressed, that whole range shifts downwards. So not only does the floor get lower, but the ceiling lowers as well. And so your idea of what your happiest possible thing could be has been lowered to such an extent that it makes it hard to not see how there could be any other way of being. That's just what depression does to you. It is making you not think clearly, all right? Depression will lie to you. It will deceive you. What are we doing to combat the seasonal depression? If we want to combat it, let's think about it. Let's think about the different components. Wait a second, what's that? Hold on. Could it be? Oh yeah, we've talked about this in a presentation before. when you think about seasonal depression, you need to take into consideration all of the different ways that it's affecting you. There is less daylight, that is affecting you. It is colder, that is affecting you. You're spending less time outside, you're spending less time around people, that is affecting you too. You might be coping with those feelings by eating carb-heavy, sugary foods. That, in turn, is also affecting you. Some of the ways that you cope with seasonal depression fuel the seasonal depression. How can we make their life better? If I have a depressed friend, what do I do? The best that you can do is just try to offer them a hand up. It's up to them if they want to take it. You can light the way for somebody, you can tell them everything they need to hear, you can show them everything they need to do, but they have to be the one that takes a step. They have to be the one that actually does the work and makes the changes. And so as a friend, I would try to cheer them on so that they feel more capable and they feel like they can make those changes that they need to make. Seasonal depression is rough, but it can be much easier to deal with when you change your perspective on it. It's normal to have that dip. It's normal to have a period where you are less active, you are less social. It's just a part of the natural flow of things. Now you can use that time. You can use that time as a period of introspection. You can use it as a time to catch up on your shows or to read some books or to finally take a crack at that Steam backlog. You know the one I'm talking about. How many games you got on Steam now? How many games you picked up in those Steam sales or in those Humble Bundles that you've never even touched? I'm sure you'll get around to them. I would also consider maybe supplementing your vitamin D by either taking a supplement or getting like a seasonal lamp. They even make sun lamps that help to, they're very popular in places where there's a lot less sunlight, especially in the winter. Any advice for suffering a lot when failing? I know it's part of learning, but it hurts so much every time. Can a person be successful without ever failing? Can you fail without even trying? Failing means you're trying, and trying is a part of being successful. If you're going to make it to success, you have to try, and in order to try, that also involves failing. You get knocked down, you get back up again. You get knocked down, you get back up again. Repeat ad nauseum. What I would try to open up to is a different mindset when it comes to how you address yourself and how you treat yourself whenever you do fail. If you constantly put yourself down, if you make yourself feel incapable, if you make yourself feel unworthy because you have failed, then you are going to be even less likely to succeed. We need to change the way that we look at failure. We need to recognize, like, okay, this is what I did wrong. I'll learn from that. I'll do that differently next time. Everybody fails, but that doesn't make you a failure. And the only way to be a failure is to give up. Winter for me is very much a time of introspection, and usually when I try and focus a lot of my energies on my hobbies like painting, I think it's important to have a winter brain and a summer brain mode. I agree completely. That's what I also do. I have summer mode, I have winter mode, and then I have those middle seasons mode, which is probably the most fun for me. You know what I found to be helpful? This might be weird, but I found this to be helpful. Whenever it would get really cold, I would just go stand outside on my deck and I would just take big deep breaths with all that really cold air, and I would just feel the coldness on my skin. Because what you'll notice is that when you step outside into the cold, and I would just do this wearing like my normal clothes or like my pajamas or something. It's not like I even dressed up for the occasion. I would just step outside, sometimes not even wearing a shirt, and I would just feel the cold. And what you'll notice is that there's a window of time before you actually start to feel the cold and it starts to become uncomfortable. I don't know, I found that acclimating myself to feelings of cold and just opening up to those sensations and recognizing that it's like, I'm not in any danger because I can just step inside. You know, like I feel like biologically associate feelings of cold with feelings of pain. And so we try to avoid it because it's dangerous. Anyway. Where am I going with all of this? I don't know. I just feel like it's helped me to change my mindset regarding the colder seasons. You know, being cold is just another way of being. Doesn't have to be bad. It can actually be enjoyable. Some people are out there really enjoying the cold, swimming in those frozen lakes and shit. I'm not saying you have to do that, but you can at least learn to enjoy a little bit of briskness. I like the process of transitioning between the seasons. I agree. I like it when I get to bust out my winter wardrobe. That's where all my best clothes are. All of my favorite clothes are in my winter wardrobe. I go, oh boy, it's sweater season again. Oh, here we go. Time to bust out the hoodies. I do that when I feel dissociative and need to feel like I'm still a human, LOL. LOL indeed. Now, a little bit of coldness helps you to ground yourself in your body. It can help you to feel alive. It's true. Also, I have a pair of snow pants too. I got some at Costco. Love a good pair of snow pants. I finally got into a really nice relationships. They let me read. I finally got into a really nice relationship after years of actively trying dating. Now that's a W. Now that's a W. Let's go. We did it. Let's go. We did it. That's a W. I thought that as soon as I got into the relationship, all my securities about being single and lone would magically melt away, but as you know, that's not how that works. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's definitely not how it works. It can feel like that's how it works sometimes because you get this honeymoon effect. You get that honeymoon period and everything's good. Yeah. Now I have all these nagging insecurities about if I'm in the right relationship. I love this person I'm with, but I guess before a relationship I had all these expectations about what the ideal partner would be like for me. And see, here's the thing. No matter what you imagine as what the ideal partner would be, you will be wrong. Because part of having an ideal partner is that they know things that you don't know, and that they have a different perspective on things that you do not have. They don't just reinforce all of your existing beliefs, they help to encourage you to grow and to become your best self. And it's something that you can't really do on your own. You know what I mean? Finding an ideal partner involves a certain element of surprise. You don't know what you don't know. You know what I mean? This person is very different from me and what those expectations were, but in a wonderful way I couldn't predict. See? 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 Just like I said. But, like they aren't a super annoying leftist like me, not very political, and aren't into the same things. That's fine. It's totally fine if you and your partner aren't into all of the same things all the time. That's totally fine. You can ease them into it though. Like it took a while, but Casey and I, we play Magic the Gathering now, so don't give up. How do I quiet down that inner part of me that is being nitpicky about all these things and just enjoy what I have done or enjoy what I have now? All right. Two things, all right? You got a pencil? Two things for you. First thing, reinforce the positive. I love this person. And then go deeper into that. What do you love about them? Keep going deeper and deeper into that love. Reinforce the positive, okay? That's number one. Number two, let go of the negative. That part of you that's being a nitpick, that's something that you're trying to outgrow, right? This is a behavior that you're trying to outgrow because it's unhelpful to you. Now, there are different ways that you can do this, but one way that I've found to be effective is to engage with those thoughts directly. Engage with those thoughts directly. Let's say you have a thought that pops up that's nitpicking about something. Challenge it in that moment. Be like, what the fuck was that about? Sometimes it's just nonsense. Sometimes it's not even all that serious. It's just a way that your brain is trying to figure out what is real, and so sometimes it will think things that aren't based in reality. It's more of a suggestion than anything else, so you don't always have to interpret these thoughts as being true, just because it happened inside your brain. I don't know who needs to hear this today, but I feel like somebody out there does. Just because you thought it doesn't mean it's true, all right? Just because you believe it doesn't mean it's true. And so not all of your thoughts are going to be worth keeping. If you have thoughts that pop up and you can recognize that these aren't thoughts that you wish to keep, then recognize that you want to let them go and then send them on their way. I've never really felt loved, LOL. Do I look like I'm lolling right now? Do I look like I'm laughing out loud? On a percentage scale, how many people's psychological problems could be resolved by learning how to do cognitive restructuring? Ballpark guess, 80%. And that, I feel like that's me being on the conservative side. I would say it might be closer to like 85%. That would leave about 15% of people who are just like, you know, they need something a bit more substantial. But I would say I feel very comfortable that a majority of what people are going through could be handled by learning how to restructure their mind. At least 75-80%. But it is funny, I can give it all away and this world would let me rot in response. That is kind of funny when you think about it. But here's the thing. So you have all of this love and you give it all away. Do you not love that about yourself? Do you not love how much love you have to give? Have you not been loving yourself? What is cognitive restructuring? It's a practice of interacting with your thoughts directly so that you can change them. Normally what we do is we passively just have thoughts throughout the day and we interpret those thoughts to be true. If you have a thought that says, I'm no good, nobody likes me, I'm just a big stinky bag of doo-doo, then you believe it because you don't challenge it. Cognitive restructuring involves identifying those thoughts that you have outgrown, those thoughts that no longer serve you, and practicing new ways of thinking. It's you training your brain how to think differently. Challenging unhelpful thoughts in the moment sounds good and all, but what happens is you challenge them after the fact when all the things that triggered it are gone. What do? Recognize that you have increased your awareness. You are getting closer and closer to honing in on the target. It's normal to expect that when you want to start working on yourself, you're going to notice things after they happen. It's not easy to just immediately start noticing them in the moment. But with your continued practice and awareness, you'll get there. You'll be able to do that. You'll be able to catch yourself in that moment, be like, now hold on. I feel like I really want to say something because I can feel myself starting to get upset or defensive or insecure or whatever. And I know, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take a deep breath. I'm going to do something different. You become aware of the old patterns, you start to recognize the old patterns, and then as your awareness increases, you get to the point where you're able to intervene and break those old patterns while you're in the middle of them. You'll get there. When you start working on yourself, those demons come to the surface. Good. You know what? You know what I say when the demons come to the surface? You know what I say when the demons come to the surface? Time to slay some fucking demons, brother. Like, I'm glad that all these demons are coming to the surface because I'm the fucking Doomslayer, bitch. How can I slay these demons unless they come out from the holes in which they are hiding? Thought you said quit being a doomer. Unless you're becoming the Doom guy. This is the Doom Slayer. Of course this is being anti-Doom. He's the Doom Slayer. He slays the Doom. It really is true. When you start working on yourself, the demons start coming to the surface, but your perspective on those things will shift. It will stop feeling like this overwhelming nightmare, and it'll be like, all right, well, it's time to get to ripping and tearing. Until it is done. If I got demons, I gotta be a demon slayer. On Monday, I found myself getting upset and wanting to snap. But instead, I just went silent and pretended I was busy. It helped me to not snap, but I need to learn to communicate when I need space and process my own emotions versus just disappearing. You know, you can practice it with yourself. If you ever find yourself in those moments when you're all alone, like, talk yourself through it. It'll help to build up the muscle memory. Saying words out loud using all of your fleshy meat parts, that involves muscle control. And if you are trying to say something that you have never conveyed before, you are not practiced at it. And so you might not know how to do it. It might come out awkward. It might come out ineffective. It might not work. And so practice it. An easy example of that is if you're not used to saying no to people, practice saying the word no so that you feel comfortable actually producing the sound. You feel more comfortable in actually using your body to create that sound. Beaver? He wants to lay on my desk, but there's a problem. His poopy's already on my desk. What's he gonna do about it? He's gonna start licking her head about it. Like the Bugs Bunny no meme, I also do. That's me every time I say the word no. I go, no. How about no? Atticus, do you need to be let out? Atticus is crying at the door. Let me let him out real quick. We've got some more questions in the box and we're gonna get to it right away. Hold on. Cats, no fighting. You need to find a way to make it work. Hold on, I think Miss Poopy just put Beaver in his place and he is now leaving the desk. She put him in his place. She gave him a... Sorry, Miss Poopy. I hissed and she looked at me like... She said, you said what? Alright, let me let Atticus out because he's crying. I'm coming, Atticus. Oh, buddy, I'm coming. Yeah, these cats, they're brother and sister. And whenever we got them, she weighed about a half pound more than he did. She weighed about 1.5 pounds. He weighed about 1 pound. We thought that he was gonna be tinier. He was kind of like the runt of the litter. But now he's gigantic. And she's tiny. So about failure, I get really sad automatically. I don't know what to do. Best I can do is just take breaks and let the emotions go away. You know, if you're feeling sad, reflect on why that might be. You know, maybe you'll find that you're being too demanding of yourself or too hard on yourself. You know, maybe there's somebody in your life that you could open up to, somebody that you could talk to about these feelings. You know, maybe part of why there's that feeling of sadness is because you feel alone in that feeling. My wife and her sister want to buy a bakery/buffet restaurant that the owners are retiring from. Okay, all right. All right. Both of them are great cooks/bakers and already have experience running their little in-house macaroon baking business with just the two of them. The goal is to turn it into a co-op or profit-sharing type business. However, it will have to continue status quo as a normal business in the beginning, and that's where I feel gross technically becoming a business owner. I ran for local office on a DSA-style platform before they really decided to move on, taking out a business loan and going in on the bakery. It just makes me feel a little hypocritical, even though the goal is to share the profits and transition into a co-op. Don't blame yourself for the conditions of capitalism that you are trying to break. Don't do it. Don't put it on yourself. Don't do it. Don't beat yourself up for having to play along with the system that you are in as you are working to dismantle that system. Don't get too progressive for your own good. You know, you're going to do a good thing. You're going to do a good thing. You know, even in socialistic structures, there still need to be administrators. There still need to be people in charge. There's nothing wrong with that. It's always going to be the case. We live in a capitalist world. We have to work within the system to change it. Exactly. So there's nothing wrong about that. Even though it like you're not going to do the wrong thing by taking over this business. You're trying to do the right thing with it, and that's okay. Like, I'll give you an example. I have a friend who has properties that he rents at an affordable rate as a way to combat predatory, like, property ownership. Like, he's losing money on all of these. Like, he has like 2 properties, I think, that he loses money on. trying to solve the housing crisis himself by providing his own affordable housing. Anyway, we live in a broken system, and sometimes we have to play by the rules of that system as we work to change the system. That's okay. Just try your best to be an ethical, progress-focused person, you know? Just anyway. Just nice to see people doing more praxis. Don't you love to see it? This show is a part of how I like to consider myself a good socialist. I like to contribute what I can to people. So take what you've got to give, and, you know, from each according to what they can give, and for each according to what they need. Gotta go. See you later. Anyway, I don't think that by technically becoming a business owner for a short period of time that you're gonna get brainwashed into becoming a full-blown capitalist. I don't think that's the case. I think you'll be all right. So go out and start an LLC today. Almost got evicted by my parents because they didn't like my partner. Although I dated him for a few years, I think they had some high expectations for him, so when he didn't meet their checklist, like being some lawyer, doctor, I don't know what, well, they started being kinda controlling over me seeing him at all. They started knocking at his door while I was out and said some made-up shit about me to scare his parents away. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where the... What the fuck? They said some made-up shit about me to scare his parents away, which temporarily worked and caused drama, but it came to the point where even if I still live with them, they fear-mongered me with threats of taking away my heritage and insulted his name to me for a few months, urging me to break up, and that I'm in a toxic relationship but don't realize that. How can we deal with these types of people? That's the million-dollar question. Although I'm a young adult, it can still be hard to find a job compared to older people who may have more experience or professional certifications. You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Whenever parents are very anti of a person's partner, it kind of makes you... It kind of has the opposite effect. Whenever parents are too anti, it kind of makes you, like, want to rebel against them. The irony here is that if the parents at least pretended to be supportive, they would have a better chance of getting what they want. The fact that they're so over the top with trying to control you makes you not want to be controlled. If they had just let things be, they could have gotten what they wanted, possibly. And this just goes to show that your parents are not very emotionally mature because they can't sit down and have an adult conversation with you. They have to try to intimidate you and bully and lie, which is very immature. And so how do you deal with these types of people? You deal with them in the same way that you would deal with a child or with a teenager who's throwing a temper tantrum. If you're dealing with an emotionally underdeveloped person, you have to handle them like an emotionally underdeveloped person. I would encourage you to, like, if you want to talk to them about it, I would encourage you to just ask more questions. You know, get them to reflect on their behaviors. What makes you think it's okay to do that? What makes you think it's okay to say that? What type of relationship do you want to have with me? Do you want to be close with me? Do you want us to trust each other? You know, like, let them know that their behaviors are interfering with your relationship with them, and if they want to have a relationship with you at all, they need to find a way to make it work. Because the way things are going right now, it's like you're more likely to break up with them than you are to break up with your partner. Because your partner's not being actively hostile towards you, but they are. They're being actively hostile towards you. So you're more likely to not want anything to do with them than you are to do with your partner. So you're an adult and your parents are adults, so try to have an adult conversation about it and see where that goes, and based on how that goes, you'll be able to figure out what your next steps are. But I would always encourage somebody, if you're an adult and you have problems with other adults, try to sit down with them and have an adult conversation about it. But if that's not an option, or if that doesn't go well, or if you don't feel safe to do that, then it helps you figure out what your next step is. I've found most adults to be overgrown children. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Give up on having a family. Family is a feeling, my friend. Family is a feeling. You don't always get it from the people that you're related to. Sometimes the people that you're related to really suck ass. That's a shitty situation, and I wish things were better. But this is the hand that we are dealt. So what do we want to do about it? We're going to hope and wish and pray that our parents have that wake-up call that they need, that 3 ghosts visit them in the night and give them an Ebenezer Scrooge experience. They have their own Christmas carol, and then they wake up to their wicked ways. Family is a feeling. You don't always get it from the people that you're related to. But what you'll notice is that when you find people that you can trust, people that you love, people that you feel like you don't have to explain yourself around, people that you don't have to justify your own existence around, that's what family feels like. It feels like being welcomed and understood. You can find that with other people. In fact, I would encourage everybody to do that. Okay. I have one more thing. I have one more thing that I want to point out, and it's related to this question. I have one more bit of advice for when it comes to talking to your parents about this type of shit, okay? Now hear me out. You said that they like lied and made up some stuff about you, you know, or whatever. Whenever you want to talk to your parents about their own shitty behavior, talk about it like this. You know, Mom and Dad, you always raised me to believe that a person should be honest. You always raised me to believe that a person should be honest and truthful and do the right thing. You always taught me that a person should be accountable and willing to make amends or apologize when they've hurt someone. Now, this can be a big brain play. This can be the big brain move. If you catch your parents doing some shit, acting immature, you know, go to them and talk to them and be like, you know, you guys always taught me that this was, you know, you always taught me that being honest was important. You always taught me the, you know, you might be surprised what can happen. Anyway, it's important to remember that your parents are people, and some people aren't worth your time. And if you got dealt a set of parents that really sucked, I feel for you. Having a good set of parents is very rare. I haven't met very many people that have a solid set of parents. Of all of my friends, I feel like 2 of them have parents that are like still together, still like in a happy relationship, and they have a good relationship with their child. Like it's definitely not the norm. Care more about religion than their daughter. It's honestly pathetic. And I hope that someday you're able to move past feeling so angry about it and you're able to just feel sad about it. You know, like you feel sorry for them. Like they really missed out. They really lost an opportunity. They lost an opportunity to get to know a really wonderful person and have them be a part of their life, and they threw that all away, and that's really sad. Is it okay to not get closure on things? How do you cope with the lack of closure? Sometimes no closure is the closure you get. It's still closure, it's just not the closure you want. And so is it okay to not get closure on things? Yes, it has to be, because you're not going to get closure on everything. How can you find people that can give you these things that your parents/family didn't or doesn't? Well, there's all sorts of places. You can meet a lot of kind, friendly people by going out and volunteering. Spending time with friends, meeting their families. There's all sorts of fun people out there. You just have to go out there and find them. Until we get the door-to-door friend service started and we go knock on everybody's door like, hey, you feeling lonely? You feeling isolated? You need some friends? Like, all right, we'll get you signed up for the 3-friend package. You'll hang out every other week. Hobbies include Dungeons and Dragons and Mario Kart. All right, we've got you on the list. We'll get you on a subscription plan. Cope by making your own closures. I feel like it's good to be okay with not knowing stuff. Not to get too philosophical on you, but I feel like a lot of our desire for closure and our issues with not having closure, because not having closure is uncomfortable. It doesn't feel good. And again, not to get too philosophical, but I feel like a lot of that ties back to our fear of our own mortality. You know, what's gonna happen after I'm gone? What's gonna happen in the world? What are people gonna be up to? Like, so it kind of feels like we're missing out. In reality, there are more things that you will not know than things that you will know. Not getting closure is actually the norm. Every day you go through life, you encounter how many people, how many different stories, how many different events that you will not get closure on. And so it's the normal. You just need to be okay with not knowing. And I think we do that by first recognizing that we don't need to know everything. How do you make each day count without wasting it? Just like that, I'm not saying be happy every day, but just enjoy it. Well, first off, you take it one day at a time and try to enjoy the day that you're in. And second off, recognize that not every day needs to be a 10 out of 10 day. You know, if we're going on a 10 out of 10 scale, 5 out of 10 would be average. You know, we're okay with days that are 5s and 6s and maybe even 4s. I will get my closure or I will make it. Maybe your closure is, I find inner peace, I learn to let things go, I find a new sense of purpose, and I'm no longer shackled by anger. Maybe that's your closure. Maybe your closure is entirely related to you and it doesn't actually have anything to do with the people that you interact with. Maybe you perceive your entire life from your own perspective. And so finding closure is done on your terms within your own narrative structure. Maybe certain characters will exit stage left earlier than you anticipated, but you don't let that dictate the entire plot. With this username, I'm always going to remain angry. I was thinking about that. You know, like, I was in the shower earlier and I was thinking about that. Not you in particular. It was another person who had another similar username. I think it was The World Is Bad. And I was just thinking, I'm like, when you log in every day with that username, you are priming yourself to think about things in a certain way. You log in every day and you contribute to the conversation with the name The World Is Bad. It kind of locks you in. It kind of sets the framework. Imagine how you would feel if you logged in every day with the username The World Is Not So Bad. Where would that take your thoughts? Maybe instead of leftward ho, it was leftward grow. Maybe instead of misanthropic leftist, it was something a little more upbeat. I don't know. You pick. What our usernames tell you about us? It's not so much what your usernames tell me about you, it's what your usernames reinforce about your identity. Philanthropic leftist? How do you feel about the concept of revolutionary optimism? How do you feel about practicing optimism as a form of protest? Recognizing that the world wants you to be misanthropic? Recognizing that they want you to feel down and disconnected and hopeless? And so instead of giving them what they want, we're going to walk the path of optimism as a form of protest. Hate it. I prefer fighting fire with fire. So that we can celebrate whoever has control over the ashes. Cool. Fighting fire with fire is great if you're, in the metal band. You got that metal band mentality. Also fight fire with water, that also works. When you fight fire with fire, you're guaranteeing that you're going to get burned, and you're also going to get burned on both ends. What inspired you to pursue psychology as a career? Well, first off, I am insane, and I hate making money. That's about it. That's about it. I'm an insane person who hates making money. That's why No, but in reality, I like helping people. That's about it. I like helping people, and this was a way for me to do that in a way that I am good at. I'm also good at word, if you can't tell. I word good. I find myself wasting a lot of time, but it's not about having free time. It's doing something I enjoy, which you can't do all day. That's why I asked about making each day special. Don't forget that a new day can start at any time. A new day does not start when you wake up. A new day could start right now at 3:53 p.m. If you really want to take life for all that it has to offer, I highly encourage that you practice your mindfulness and your awareness. That just involves being in the moment that you are experiencing. So if it's time to work, it's time to work. If it's time to rest, it's time to rest. But no matter what it is I'm doing, I am committing myself to it fully. I'm not resting while thinking about working, and I'm not working while thinking about resting. Practicing mindfulness allows you to shift gears more effectively and with fewer distractions. I think that choosing a username really frames how you engage. It's a mask we put on, and sometimes we don't realize how much we seek to fulfill that framing. See, you get it. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here because whatever's wrong with me, whatever kind of weird I am, it's like you have it too, so that's good. You get it, you recognize it. It's like that's your mask. You might think of it as something innocent and something like, but it is a part of how you present yourself. It's the first impression that you give to other people within a digital space. It creates an idea of how they perceive you and think of you. I used to be cute and now I'm not. That's all I can think about now. Don't worry, you'll get the cue back one of these days. This world is so messed up that people are treated as strange and cringe for having empathy. God forbid a person care about things. Right? You don't want to go out there and commit the sin of empathy now, do you? You don't want to go out there. You know why they tell you that is because if you practice empathy, that is the gateway to collectivism. That is the gateway to socialism. They don't want you practicing empathy because they need you afraid of other people so that they can control you. You know, I feel bad for anybody who's got family members who are wrapped up in that kind of shit, and it's interfering with your ability to have a relationship with them because they're more concerned about their afterlife than they are about their actual life. If you care about your actual life, your afterlife will take care of itself. But we have a lot of people who are so focused on their afterlife that they don't pay any attention to their actual life. What's the purpose of life? I love this question. What's the meaning of life? Pay bills, work, etc. Why would paying bills and working be the purpose of life when that hasn't even existed for the majority of human history? That's what they want you to think the purpose of life is, but that's not what the purpose of life is. The purpose of life is actually this. Are you ready? You got a pencil? The purpose of life is whatever the fuck you want it to be. It's your life. What is your purpose? Are you here to be a good person? Are you here to do good? Are you here to help alleviate the suffering of others? Are you here to have a good time? I don't know about you, but I'm not here for a long time. I'm here for a good time. Find it hard to deal with social events where everyone is acting all detached and apathetic. Can you blame them for feeling that way though? Like, people are so fucking tired. The conditions that we've been living in have been going on for like 20 years now. It's not good. People are feeling hopeless. People are feeling like, what's the point? Can't afford to buy a house, can't afford to raise a family, can't afford to actually live a life, so what's the point? to expect better from people. You gotta expect better from yourself and then serve as a good example for others. Don't expect anything from others that you wouldn't be willing to do yourself, you know? I can't break out of the cycle of doing nothing most of the time, but at the same time, I can't fill the time with productive and enjoyable stuff. But you're trying to figure it out, and that's good. You're stuck in a cycle, but you're aware of the cycle, and that's important. You can't change a cycle that you don't recognize. It probably took you a while to get to this point where you recognize the cycle. So now the question is, what do I want to do about it? What changes do I need to make? Start with one small change and commit to that change. And then the next step. And then the next step. Don't worry about every single thing that you have to do to completely revamp or overhaul your entire life. That's too much to think about. All you need to focus on is that next step forward. What does that look like? Now, do I start scheduling my time? Do I start, making checklists? What would work for me? Just find out whatever that next step is and really commit to it. And then once that is done, focus on the next one. That's how you get to where you're trying to go. Where we really mess ourselves up is when we try to do too much at once. We're trying to overhaul our entire life. We're like, you know what? I feel like I'm just not enjoying life, so I need to make some changes. I'm going to start eating healthy. I'm going to start going to the gym. I'm going to start riding my bike out on the trails. I'm going to start doing smoothies in the morning. I'm going to do 15 different things tomorrow that I wasn't doing yesterday. No. Too much change. It's not going to work. You got to start with one thing, integrate it, and then add the next thing so that it feels organic and seamless. Same things ChatGPT told me. I'm glad you came to an actual human for insight on how to live a human life. I appreciate that. The next step, I'm looking for it. Okay, let's try a little mental exercise here. Let's say that there's a future version of you. A future version of you. This isn't too far ahead in the future. This isn't like years ahead or anything. This is only a few weeks ahead, or maybe a few months ahead. This version of you is 5% happier than you are today. Or maybe if 5% feels unrealistic, go lower. 2% happier? Nobody's going to say no to 2% more happiness. This future version of you, this version of you that exists a few weeks or a few months from now, what are they doing that you're not doing? What does it feel like to be that person? Envision yourself as if you were that person, this future version of yourself, a few weeks from now. A version of you that's just a little bit happier than you are right now. What are they doing differently? Probably nothing too big. Nothing too major. Maybe they're responding to their thoughts differently. Maybe whenever they have a negative thought, a self-defeating thought, they're putting themselves down. Maybe they respond to it a little bit differently. Maybe they're willing to push back against it a little more. Maybe they've been practicing more gratitude. You know, maybe they're more aware of the things that they are appreciative of. I've hustled for over half my life. You know what? You should call yourself leftward hustler. Your hustling days are done. You're giving up the hustler way of life. You know what? That's good. I feel like wearing your hustler hat, all that hustle and bustle. I know what he is doing, but I can't do those things now. Then don't worry about the things that the future version of you is doing. Just try to feel how they would feel. Try to become that version of yourself. Because not only is that future version of yourself doing different things, they are also thinking differently, and that's just as important. And so if you're not able to do the things that future you is doing, you can at least learn how to think like they do, right? Isn't that an important part of becoming who they are, is learning how to think like them? If you want to become this future version of yourself that's a little bit happier than you are today, you got to learn how to think like them. You got to study them. You got to steal their moves. Normies talking about side hustles makes me mad. It makes me mad because I feel like people can't have a hobby these days without needing to make money off of it. If I'm not making money off of, I enjoy crafting. I enjoy knitting sweaters, and I sell them on Etsy. I knit sweaters for 30 hours a week when I'm not working so that I can sell them on the internet. Sad. It's sad. Learning from future you. The crazy thing is that it kind of works. That's the crazy part about it, is that it's actually an effective way of helping yourself. It's called visualization. I sew cute outfits just to wear. I don't sell them. All right, well then I will send you my measurements. I'm struggling with my first serious breakup with my ex of 3 years. We've got a lot of relationship stuff going on today. We've got people in relationships. We've got people out of relationships. I think it's just the season. I think that's actually a thing. People are linking up because the weather's starting to get colder. It's cuffing season. And then you also have people leaving relationships because it's like, well, I better get out of here before I have to, do the holiday stuff, before I got to do Thanksgiving and Christmas. Should I be worried that I don't have hobbies except internet-related ones? I would encourage everybody to have some type of hobby that exists out in the physical world. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. You could learn how to cook for yourself. Everybody needs to eat. You could practice stuff just because you like to do it. You don't have to be a good singer in order to sing. You don't have to be good at playing an instrument in order to play an instrument. But I feel like it's important. It helps you to stay grounded. Struggling my first serious breakup with my ex of 3 years. I was holding on to some hope, I think, of maybe wanting things to work out and us to reconnect. He is a huge avoidant type, and I'm the insecure attachment type. So you can only imagine the toxic dichotomy that was going on. And it was also long distance. Yep, you'll notice that people tend to find each other in that way. You know, you tend to get people who have complementary or inverted things going on with their relationship style, and they find their way together. I'm just really struggling to try and forgive myself for letting someone like that into my heart. Okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna bring you in really close for this one. Why would allowing yourself to love people be a bad thing? Why do you need to forgive yourself at all for allowing yourself to love? Isn't that what we're here to do? Isn't that what we're here for? Am I too close? Too bad. That's what we're here to do. We're here to love and be loved, and you were out there doing it. Sometimes you love the wrong person, and that means that you learn how to handle it differently next time. Struggling to try to forgive myself for letting someone like that into my heart when I felt as I knew it was gonna be a bad move, but I let love blind me for so long. When I reached out the other night, he was as cold as expected, and while it helped me to get rid of the idealistic image of him I had in my mind, I'm just having a hard time finding my peace again. But you will find it. But you will find it. Breaking up with somebody, even when it was unhealthy, is still disruptive. Even leaving a toxic relationship is disruptive. It's such a shift in how you go through your day-to-day. Not sure if all that makes sense, but any advice would be much appreciated. Alright, so first off, you didn't do anything wrong. All you did was dare to love somebody in a world that needs more love. I think you may agree that the world needs more love. How do we create more love in the world? By loving. That's how we do it. We bring more love to the world by being the conduits of that love. Show yourself that same love that you have been willing to show to others. You don't need to hate yourself for allowing yourself to love. That's closing off your heart is not the way to heal from this. Whenever we open ourselves up and we get hurt, it makes us want to close ourselves off. It makes us want to snap shut. But that just keeps us locked in a cycle of pain. It gives us less and less to work with. And so if you have felt hurt because you have loved, the way to heal from that is by loving even more. You know, talk to the people in your life that you love. Let them know that you love them. Show some love for yourself. Fuck people. Hey. We're people. We can tell that you're hurting, so we will afford you this moment of nihilism. That same guy over a year ago, I asked him to sleep over. He yelled at me, told me he likes his life the way it is, then he ghosted me. I spent 9 months with a dismissive avoidant. I didn't ask for any of this fucking shit. None of us did. None of us did. And it's gonna be up to all of us to fix it. Big bad guys. What is it about bad guys? They can be... What is it that draws us into dating quote-unquote bad people? I think part of it just, it's the thrill factor, I guess. The thrill factor, it's just the novelty of it. This is something that's... I'm with somebody who's nothing like me. Personally, I think being cautious and enforcing strong boundaries, such as loving yourself, will filter a ton of bad people. Exactly. If you can show others how well you treat yourself, then they will treat you accordingly. But if you devalue yourself, if you don't view yourself as somebody who is worth being treated well, then other people will walk all over you. So you set the standard for how other people treat you. I guess try to find somebody who makes you feel good about being you. A lot of my female friends suffer from the I can change him delusion, and I've noticed this happening irrespective of gender. I've seen this happening with men dating women. I've seen this happen with men dating other men, and women dating other women, and women dating men. It's just a thing that people like to do sometimes. They like to try to find a fixer-upper. They see the potential. They say, oh, what a wounded soul. Oh, like this wounded little bird with a broken wing. Maybe I can teach you how to fly again. You are not rehabbing an animal. You are engaging in a partnership with an equal. Make sure you're going into it for the right reasons. Mutual respect, mutual love, understanding, compassion. That's what a relationship is all about. It's not like getting a dog from the shelter. What do we mean, bad guys? Shitty and disrespectful, broken, sad, smoking cigarettes? Yes, all of the above. Qualities don't make you a bad person. They're good qualities when expressed in a healthy way. Wait, which part? The shitty and disrespectful part? The being broken and sad part? The smoking cigarettes part? Which part? Allow me to elaborate. There are people out there who know that they're messed up, and they know that you know that they're messed up, and they will use that as a way of manipulating. They'll be like, you know me, I'm so hurt. I'm trying my best to change. I'm doing, I don't know why I'm like this. It's that kind of bullshit. You should be in a relationship with somebody who wants to grow, who wants to change, who wants to be the best version of themselves, instead of just getting caught in these perpetual cycles of, tolerating crappy behavior. Oh, you were replying. Okay. You were replying to them, but it had me added in the thing, and I was like, oh, okay. I see. Don't be with someone who picks fights every day, then tells you it's your fault. I would just want to say, it's not even normal to be having fights every day. You don't want to be with somebody who just picks fights because that's what they're expecting from a relationship. Maybe their parents fought every day, and so that's just what they think a relationship is. A relationship is when you have a fight every day. You're in a relationship with the person that you fight with every day. You should not be in an adversarial relationship with your partner. This person is not your enemy. This person is on your team, and if you can't see that, maybe you need to change your perspective, or maybe things aren't meant to be. I used to go by a saying, treat them like dirt and they stick to you like mud. That was my cue to move on from that person. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there are people out there who are like, yeah, if you just ignore them, if you just keep them wanting, if you just, never actually give them what they want, but just continue to promise them that you'll give them what they want, they won't leave. It's like, holy shit. What the fuck? You're at, like, the amount of people who will just, like, strategize being in a relationship as if this person is their enemy. This person is not your enemy. And it's crazy that we even have to have this conversation, but there are people that are wired that way. Pretty sure they're just with me for my body heat. They're just trying to siphon my body heat. See, I knew it. I heard an Aussie say once, "Treat 'em mean to keep 'em keen." God, that sounds even stupider in an Australian accent. It's already stupid, but it sounds even stupider in an Australian accent. My therapy sessions always feel like they go by so fast, and even after several sessions, I feel like I have barely scratched the surface of my issues. How do I make progress much faster? You might not need to. Okay, here's the thing. There is such a thing as too much change. When it comes to working on yourself, we want to do it at a pace that is manageable for us so that we don't spiral out. So that we don't... Too much change too abruptly, it creates more problems than it fixes. And so instead of criticizing yourself for not doing things fast enough or making as much progress as you feel like you should have, try to celebrate the success that you are making. Even if you're just getting started, you're still making progress. Therapy is kind of like planting seeds. And what you'll notice is that if you continue to take care of those seeds and you continue to tend to them and nurture them and give them all of the sunshine and water that they need, they will grow and you'll have some really tasty fruit. The real work of therapy is done outside of the therapist's office. It's done out there in your real life while you are living it. What I would encourage you to do is to talk to your therapist about it. Maybe they have some insights that they could offer you. Let them know that you're having a hard time recognizing your progress. They might be able to point some things out that you haven't noticed. You know, they've been working with you for a while. They might be able to say like, yeah, when you came in, you know, you were feeling this way, but I've noticed a change within you, you know? Just let them know. Let them know you're having a hard time recognizing your progress, and they'll probably be able to point some things out that you haven't noticed. Because another important thing to remember is that you will not notice your progress at the same rate that other people will notice your progress. From your perspective, you might not have made much progress at all, but from other people's perspectives, you might have made a lot of progress. Your own awareness of your progress takes time to catch up to your actual progress. And so odds are you're actually farther along than you feel you are, and you might not notice it yet, but other people probably are noticing it. So people do such wild, heinous things for the sake of money, hurting people directly and indirectly for the bag. Can we say it stems from trauma? When we consider that some of these grifters are from poor backgrounds, is poverty traumatizing, or am I overanalyzing it? No, that's definitely a part of it. That's definitely a part of it. Growing up poor in America is traumatizing. It's very stressful to live with housing insecurity, food insecurity, healthcare insecurity, those things weigh on a person and they create a cumulative stress. All of that extended time being in survival mode, it does affect a person. Now, I feel like a lot of these people who have this type of trauma don't want to inflict that pain and suffering onto others, but some of them do. And some people do it just because they just don't care. Or, they've been taught that the only thing that's important in life is your net worth. Anyway, I think the invention of money was a bad idea. I think we should have, if anybody ever gets a time machine, I'm gonna need you to go back to like 8,000 BC and find, some like early human who's trading stuff for goods, and I need you to try to convince them it's a bad idea. Travel back in time with some footage of the modern day New York Stock Exchange and let them know, like, don't do it, brother. This is taking humanity down a dark path. Don't get started on the whole money thing. How can we make the whole money and capitalism business a separate thing from all the essentials we need to live, like houses, water, food, etc.? Call me crazy, but I feel like if it's necessary for your survival, it should be something that is provided to you. Call me crazy, but I feel like meeting the essential survival needs of all of your citizens should be priority number one for any country. If you're not meeting the needs of your own citizens, what the fuck are you even doing? Met you at the last picnic in San Diego. Hey, how's it going? I was just telling a story about that picnic. Somebody told me I had resting bitch face. That was pretty fun. It was a great picnic. I really enjoyed it. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Blame Ian Nasir, and his inferior copper. Just imagine selling inferior copper and then getting roasted for it thousands of years ago, and it's just, you're never going to be able to give that up now. I remember when my mom moved us from Florida to Oklahoma when I was about 9 or 10. Took a substantial pay cut with the job change and we lost our allowances. I learned to save up my change and buy VHS copies of DBZ episodes. Probably get some kind of notif for raids. We do. I think there's just a threshold before it activates. Maybe capitalism itself is traumatizing. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. A lot of what we're describing here in this question is, how has capitalism fucked us up? It's not a system that is designed for human beings. As a disabled person, it's hard for me to watch others have money and have nice things, and I don't because of issues that I didn't choose to have. I would say when you can, try to be happy that other people are happy, if they are people that you like, if they are people that you love, and they have things that you may not have, it's okay to be happy for them. You like them, you're happy for them, you want them to be happy. Now, when we see, unsavory people out here thriving, that is a different story. How important is making your living space personal? Isn't there some beneficial psychological benefit of gathering things around you that you like, keeping things tidy and decorating? Yes. For people who have a fragmented sense of self, does gathering around the things that make you feel like yourself help people discover themselves? Does finding hobbies or returning to hobbies also build a strong sense of self? Thanks. My answer is yes. Yes, it does. Taking time to cater things to your interest, to create a space where you feel comfortable and things are familiar, that's important. These are all important things. But it's also important to consider that this is not the only thing that we need. Some people become very detached in life, and so they start attaching to objects. They have this place where they feel safe, and they have these objects that give them a sense of purpose. And so while this is a little bit of an extreme example, this is kind of why people who hoard do what they do. They've found it difficult to attach to people, and so they attach to objects, which is something that our minds can do. We are so in need of attachment that we will attach to stuff. We will even attach to garbage. When in reality, what we need is genuine human connection. Lost all my hobbies due to poverty and exhaustion? Are they lost, or are they just on a temporary hold? I understand that capitalism has you beat down, but you don't have to finish the job that it started. You can do something different. It's important to have a personal space for yourself, but I don't think it's necessarily... Well, is it necessary? Maybe. It is nice to have your own personal space. That is true. It's an extension of yourself. And it can help you to feel more in touch with yourself and help you to feel more grounded. Should be a place that exists, whether in the real world or whether it exists in your mind. It could be a place that you go within your mind that you keep tidy and decorated. It doesn't always have to be a place out here in the real world. Everything about this country is fucking terrible. Even me. Even little old me. How do we deal with emotionally immature parents when you are their adult child? Oh, I love this topic. Doesn't it feel like we talk about this topic every day? I never get tired of talking about it. I'm being serious. I love talking about this topic. How do we deal with emotionally immature parents when we are their adult child? By having an adult conversation. Now that you are an adult, you can talk to them like an adult, and you can insist upon certain levels of respect and mutual understanding as an adult. The other day, my dad stated that my mother doesn't sleep well anymore and wanted to leave this world because I'm not really emotionally close to them and decide to not share my social life to them. So let me guess. They are making you feel like you're the problem for why you don't have a good relationship with them, when in reality you've probably done everything that you could to have a good relationship with them, but they've made that impossible due to the amount of stress and frustration that they've put on you. Am I close? Am I close? Am I in the ballpark? I do not respect my birth parents. Nobody says you have to. Nobody here is saying that you have to do that. So, we're not really emotionally close to the parents. Wonder why that is. Stating that I don't seem to get the picture and that they pay my bills and take care of me, so there must be a minimum of gratitude towards them. And oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. They're saying that you owe them. There must be a minimum of gratitude towards them instead of my boundaries, and keep giving them lessons, which is fundamentally wrong and unacceptable. What? What do you mean? What do you mean fundamentally wrong and unacceptable? Are you saying a parent can never learn anything from their child? Is that what you mean? Oh my god, how the fuck are we still a species? How the fuck have we made it this far? Holy shit. Thousands of years of this shit? Are you fucking kidding me? How we have not blown ourselves up or eradicated ourselves, or it's just, I'm baffled. I'm baffled we're still clinging. I can see that you feel some type of way right now, and I hope that yelling about it is helping you to feel better. Just get it all out. Just get it all out. If you don't want to be alone, you gotta learn how to let people in. That's the risk of doing business. Oh, 2 cats on the desk. Hey, Beaver. You gonna try to make it work? Gonna try to squeeze in there with your sister? Alright, I'll try to give you some more room. There you go. You're now up to 2 cats on the desk. always tried to let people in and they always take advantage. Do you have any examples? Can you imagine a scenario in which you do open up to somebody and it doesn't end in tragedy? Is that a possibility? I would just hate to see you feel so shut off and so isolated and so frustrated and all alone when in reality you don't have to be alone. You don't need to be alone. You've learned to be alone because it helps you to feel safe. But the price of that safety is your sanity. It's really hurting you to be so alone. Right. I need to get back into this question. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So, setting boundaries and teaching your parents things is fundamentally wrong and unacceptable. When I asked them to elaborate on that, they just couldn't. Of course they couldn't. Of course they couldn't. Of course they couldn't, because they're just making shit up. They just kept saying, "Oh, we miss your affection and gratitude." That's what you miss most about me? My affection and gratitude? I'm sorry, but if somebody told me that the thing that they really miss about me is my affection and gratitude, I'm like, what? What? That? I'm like, get a dog. Get a dog if that's what you miss. You miss affection and gratitude, get a pet. But then after I asked them what does gratitude mean to them, they defended again, saying, "You really want me to define gratitude? You should know this by now." Okay, wow, okay, wow, okay. You know what gratitude means. You asked them, what does gratitude mean to you? And that's okay. That helps you to understand them better. That helps you to learn about them. That helps you to grow closer and to get to know each other better. Why would that be a bad thing? I don't know. But they turned that question around and insulted you in the process, and that's not very cool of them, now is it? I suggested my mom to seek professional help with these thoughts, but she rejected that advice, stating that I must need it instead. They're just throwing the whole book at you, aren't they? They're just... No, I don't need help. You need help. That's, sometimes people get really defensive when you suggest that they seek professional help, and so you have to be really mindful and really gentle with how you go about that topic with some people. You have to, phrase it in such a way like, hey, it sounds stressful that you're dealing with all this stuff. Have you ever thought about talking to anybody about it? You just have to try to approach it in the most gentle way that you can, because people can get very defensive because there's a lot of stigma surrounding, getting help when in reality we all need help. Like, hello. Society was a mistake. Leftward Joker. You're in your Joker era. Very distracted. There's a lot of cute stuff happening right in front of me. I'm trying to stay on topic here. We're reaching maximum levels of cuteness right now. Okay. Before I continue with this question, I just want to bring up another idea. Let's say that you have a parent and you want this parent to talk to somebody about what they're going through. Offer to go with them. If you say, like, hey, you should talk to somebody, and then they're like, no, you should talk to somebody. Instead of turning it into an argument, just be like, yes, I agree. Everybody could benefit from having somebody to talk to. Would you like me to go with you? Oh, I do try to cheer her up by buying her favorite food. She still said those things. For now, I don't see herself doing things that would suggest her acting on these thoughts and feelings. Plus, it's not been the first time that she's been saying that, which leads me to believe they are just ideations. This is your mom and you're worried about them and you want them to be happy. Just let them know. Just let them know that you want them to be happy and you want, If you have reservations from spending time with your family, if there are reasons why you don't want to, spend time with them and open up to them and be emotional around them, then talk to them about it. It's not an easy conversation to have, but it can be a very productive conversation. Sometimes parents don't realize that something is a problem until we spell it out to them as an adult. When you show your parents that you're an adult and you have a backbone, they will treat you differently. They will stop viewing you as a helpless child, and they will hopefully view you as a full-fledged human being. Leftward Ho, I understand that you're feeling really frustrated right now. I just want to make it clear I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the questioner here about their situation. Sorry to see that you're going through it right now. Is there anything we can do to help? How do you deal with emotionally immature parents? Sometimes you just have to be the grown-up. Sometimes you have to act like the parent. It's not fun, it's not easy, but, things change with your parents when you can sit down and talk with them as an adult. The dynamic will shift. And landlording, I'm working on it. All right, I'm doing my best. So until the cruel institution collapses and we have equality for all people, just try to breathe. I think what we all need is a good dose of solidarity. Sometimes you have to go. If you're gonna act like a small child, I'm gonna treat you like one. You know, when dealing with your parents, if they want to act like emotional children, you sometimes have to treat them like emotional children. You know, if they're going to raise their voice, if they're going to start yelling or throwing names, you have to let them know, like, I'm not going to talk to you if you're going to yell at me. We can talk to each other like adults. Can you do that? Hate money. Hey, me too. Are we okay? Do you need to... did you get it all out? Do you need to... anything else you want to add? Hopefully talking about it is helping it in at least some way. Well, if there's not anything else, I guess I've gotta go. I've gotta go figure out how to end landlording so that I'm not getting yelled at anymore. So that's what I'm gonna go do. Solidarity forever. Things will get better. We will win. If you feel alone, find your people. They are out there and they're waiting for you. Don't give up on them. Don't give up on yourself. Have a great night, everybody. See you all next time. Stay safe out there. Until then. Solidarity forever.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity
the prairies, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshops, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand outcast and starving mid the wonders we have made, but the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of atoms, magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the Union makes us strong.